Welcome back to episode 17 on the Reading, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Cattle Farm. In today's episode, we're heading back out into the fields as we continue working through our very first fall harvest here on the Mega Beef Farm. It's been a busy season so far, and after spending an entire year planting crops, preparing fields, and building up our operation, we're finally starting to see all of that hard work pay off. At the beginning of our year one harvest season, we had over 500 acres of corn planted across the farm that we seeded earlier in the spring. The first 100-acre field of the season was dedicated entirely to corn silage, which we chopped with our forage harvesters and packed into our bunker silos to help feed the cattle through the winter months. The remaining 400 acres of corn were split up between two separate 200-acre fields, and last episode we wrapped up harvesting the first one that surrounds our farmyard. Once that field was finished, we packed up our entire harvesting fleet and made the move across the map to our second and final 200-acre cornfield, which is where we'll be focusing our attention today. To kick things off, we'll jump back into our Challenger MT867, which is currently hooked up to one of our J&MX 1112 auger wagons, and we'll head out into the field to check in on our harvesting operation. Out in the field, we currently have our two-case IH9240 combines, both equipped with 16-row corn headers, and they're being controlled by Courseplay so they can harvest this entire mega field side by side as efficiently as possible. Working alongside the combines, we also have our John Deere 8345R, which is pulling our second J&M auger wagon, and that tractor is currently running on auto drive. Along the headlands, we've set up a loading zone where our semi-trucks can enter the field and be loaded full of corn by the auger wagons. Once the trucks are full, they automatically make the long haul back to our farmyard, unload the corn into our grain silos, and then return to the field to repeat the process. At this point, the entire hauling system is fully automated, which allows us to keep the harvest running smoothly while we focus on other jobs around the farm. Across the map, we also have another large operation running in the background. Our massive cultivating contract that we took on a few episodes ago is still underway, and our John Deere 8960 and New Holland 9884 tractors have been working non-stop, pulling our Sunflower 6631 vertical tillage discs across a 300-acre field. After many hours of cultivating, those tractors are now finally nearing the end of the job. And once that contract is completed, we'll be bringing in a huge payday of over $300,000, which will give us a very nice boost to the farm's finances. After we check in on the combines and make sure the harvest operation is running smoothly, I'll be jumping into our Chevy Silverado pickup truck and heading down to the local dealership. Today we're planning to make a major expansion to our beef cattle operation by purchasing another 1,000 head of cattle, which will bring our total herd up to 2,000 cattle here on the mega farm. Right now, we don't quite have enough money in the bank to make that purchase, but once our cultivating contract finishes and we collect the reward, we'll have more than enough funds to bring those new cattle onto the farm. While we wait for that contract to wrap up, we'll stop by the dealership and pick up a brand new semi-truck that will mainly be dedicated to hauling cattle to and from the livestock dealer. Once the truck is configured and ready to go, we'll head back to the farmyard, attach one of our Wilson livestock trailers, and begin the process of making trips back and forth to the livestock dealer so we can haul all 1,000 cattle back to the farm and fill up another one of our feedlot pens. After the new cattle arrive and settle into their new home, we'll grab a couple tractors equipped with our Meyer Silage Boss trailers and start loading silage from our bunker so we can deliver feed over to both of our cattle pens and make sure the troughs are completely filled. The main goal for today is to expand our cattle operation by bringing in another 1,000 head of cattle, while letting our corn harvest continue running in the background with our Courseplay and auto drive workers. Once the cattle are all delivered and taken care of, we'll jump back over to the harvest and check in on the workers to see how much progress they've made on our final 200-acre cornfield. So there's plenty of work ahead of us today as we continue harvesting corn and expand the operation here on the Reading, Minnesota Mega Beef Cattle Farm. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Reading, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 18 on the Redding, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Cattle Farm. In today's episode, we're heading back out into the fields once again as we harvest the final acres of corn and begin wrapping up our very first fall harvest season here on the Mega Beef Farm. Over the past few episodes, we've been extremely busy working our way through over 500 acres of corn that we planted earlier in the year. We kicked off the harvest season in our 100-acre cornfield, where we fired up our 2 John Deere forage harvesters and chopped the entire field for silage. That harvest helped us build up a large stockpile of feed that we'll be using to keep our cattle fed throughout the year. After finishing the silage harvest, we switched gears and brought out our 2-case IH9240 combines, each equipped with 16 row corn headers, and began harvesting our grain corn. We started in the 200-acre field that surrounds our Mega Beef Farm. And once that field was finished, we packed up the entire harvesting fleet and headed north across the map to our third and final cornfield of the year, the 200-acre field that we're currently standing in right now. At this point, we're down to the final few acres of corn that still stand in this field. To kick things off today, we'll jump back into our Challenger MT867, which is hooked up to one of our J and M auger wagons. And we'll begin carting what will likely be the last few trailers of corn we harvest during year one. Our 2 combines are currently finishing up the final passes on the east side of the field, and once they finish that section, they'll move over to the west side, where the final strip of corn still stands. It shouldn't take too long for our harvesting fleet to chew through these last few acres, and once everything is running smoothly, we'll make a quick trip back to the farmyard with one of our grain trucks. When we arrive back at the farm, we'll start preparing for the next job on the farm now that harvest season is nearly finished. In the last episode, we expanded our cattle operation by purchasing another 1,000 head of beef cattle, which means we now have 2,000 cattle total on the Mega Beef Farm. Throughout the year, we've been working hard to build up enough feed to support a herd this size. We've already stockpiled plenty of silage, and now that we've harvested our corn, we'll soon have everything we need to start mixing a fattening ration for the cattle before we eventually sell them. While we've covered most of our feed requirements, there's still one important ingredient we need to bring onto the farm: straw. Earlier in the year, we harvested our 70-acre oat field, which produced a great crop of oats that we'll eventually sell for profit. But along with the grain, it also left behind a large amount of straw swaths. And now that harvest season is nearly finished, it's finally time to head back to that field and start baling up. To get this job started, we'll jump into one of our John Deere 8, our 400 tractors, and head down to the local dealership, where we'll be picking up a brand new Massey Ferguson Heston baler. Once the baler is attached, we'll make our way over to the oat field and begin setting up the tractor on course play, which will allow it to automatically work through the entire field and bale up all of the straw. While the tractor is busy baling with course play, we'll return to our harvesting operation and finish wrapping up the final few acres of corn. Once the corn harvest is complete, we'll send the entire harvesting fleet back to the farmyard so we can wash the equipment, service it, and park everything away in the sheds for the winter. After the equipment is all put away, we'll fire up one of our semi-trucks and head down to the dealership to pick up a flatbed trailer, which we'll use to start hauling all of those straw bales back to the farm. As soon as we bring the first load of straw back, we'll begin delivering it straight to our cattle pens, where it will be used as bedding for the cattle. With straw bedding in place, our cattle will begin producing manure, which we'll later collect and use as fertilizer on our fields when we begin preparing for year 2. So there's plenty to do today on the Redding, Minnesota Mega Beef Farm as we officially wrap up the year 1 fall harvest and kick off our first straw baling operation to begin building up our bedding supply for the cattle. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Redding, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 19 on the Reading, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Cattle Farm. In today's episode, we're finishing up our very first straw baling operation on the farm. And after that, we'll be heading back into the fields to start drilling some winter wheat before the cold weather arrives. Over the past couple episodes, we've been extremely busy here on the Mega Beef Farm. We recently wrapped up our first ever fall harvest, harvesting over 500 acres of corn across multiple fields around the map. That harvest marked a huge milestone for the farm as we finally began bringing in some serious crop production during our very first year. At the same time, we also made a massive expansion to our livestock operation. We recently purchased another 1,000 head of beef cattle, which now brings our total up to 2,000 cattle on the farm. And this is still only year one. With that many cattle already on the farm, we're quickly building one of the biggest beef operations we've ever run in Farming Simulator. Once the fall harvest was finished and the new cattle were settled into their pens, we shifted our focus back over to the 70-acre oat field that we harvested earlier in the year. When we harvested that field, we left behind a massive amount of straw, and after checking the field, we discovered that there was nearly 2 million liters of straw sitting out there waiting to be baled. Last episode, we fired up our John Deere 8, our 400, and headed down to the dealership where we purchased a brand new Heston baler. After getting the baler hooked up, we brought the tractor out to the oat field and set up a courseplay worker to begin baling all of that straw. Since then, the worker has made some great progress across the field, and now there are only a few passes left before the entire field is completely baled. To kick things off today, we'll jump back into the John Deere 8, our 400, and begin finishing off those final windrows so we can get every last bale wrapped up from this field. Once the baling is finished, we'll send the tractor back to the farm and then jump over into our Kenworth T800 semi-truck, which is hooked up to our new flatbed trailer. From there, we'll begin loading up all of the straw bales and hauling them back to the Mega Beef Farm, where we'll start building up a large straw stockpile. Last episode, we also filled up both of our feedlot pens with our 2,000 cattle, and this will be the first time that we're able to fully bed the pens with straw. With the pens properly bedded, our cattle will now begin producing manure, which will become an extremely valuable resource for us going forward, since we'll eventually be spreading that manure across our fields to help raise the nitrogen levels in the soil. While we're working on hauling straw back to the farm, I'll also be bringing back the rest of our tillage equipment that is currently spread out around the map. A few episodes ago, we took on a couple of custom tillage contracts while we were finishing up our corn harvest. That allowed us to keep some of our equipment busy and also bring in a bit of extra money while the combines were running in the fields. Once all of that equipment is back at the farm, we'll send a couple of tractors back out to work in the 200-acre cornfield that surrounds our farmyard. Using our two Sunflower 6631 vertical tillage discs, we'll begin working up the entire field to prepare it for our next crop. These discs will allow us to mulch the corn residue and cultivate the soil all in one single pass, which will make preparing this field much faster. After both discs are up and running on the field with courseplay workers, we'll advance time into the next day. At that point, we'll be reaching the very end of October, which means this will be our final opportunity to get any winter wheat planted before winter arrives. To get the job done, we'll fire up our new Holland TJ 500 and John Deere 8960 tractors and hook them up to our John Deere 1910 air carts with the N540 seeders. With these two air seeders working together, we'll begin drilling our entire 200-acre mega field full of winter wheat. By the time we start seeding, the sunflower discs should already have a good portion of the field prepared, allowing us to jump right in and begin planting. The goal for today is simple: finish baling and hauling all of our straw back to the farm, and then shift our focus toward getting this 200-acre field planted before the winter planting window closes. We've got a lot of work ahead of us today here on the Reading, Minnesota Mega Beef Farm, so let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Reading, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 20 here on the Redding, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Cattle Farm, right here on Bink's Farm. Today we're heading back out into the fields as the pressure really starts to build. It's late October, winter is right around the corner, and we've got a ton of work to get done before the snow starts flying. We're in the middle of our fall tillage and pushing hard to finish planting our winter crops before it's too late. Over the last few episodes, we've made some huge progress. We wrapped up our very first fall harvest here in Redding, Minnesota, and right after that we jumped straight into straw baling. We ended up putting up nearly 2 million liters of straw, hauling in over 140 massive Heston bales back to the farm. All of that hard work has paid off because now our 2,000 head of beef cattle are fully bedded and producing manure, which is going to be a huge asset for fertilizing our fields moving forward. Now, last episode we kicked off planting our very first field of winter wheat, but time is not on our side. Once October ends, planting season is over. So today it's all hands on deck as we try to get this massive 200-acre field surrounding the farmyard fully seeded before the deadline hits. To start things off, we're going to jump into the Chevy Silverado and head out to check on our seeding crew. Right now, we've got the John Deere 8960 and the New Holland TJ 500 both running hard, each pulling a John Deere 1910 air cart paired with a John Deere N540 air drill. They've already covered a good portion of this field, but there's still a lot of ground left to cover. After that, we'll be heading back to the farm to fire up the semis and make a run over to the local co-op. We're running pretty tight on money right now, so we'll need to carefully buy just enough seed and fertilizer to hopefully finish this field. Once we're loaded up, we'll bring those trucks straight out to the field and keep those seeders running without missing a beat. Meanwhile, we've still got our tillage crew out working as well. The Challenger MT867 and the New Holland 9884 are both running vertical tillage with the Sunflower 6631 discs, knocking out cultivation and residue management in a single pass. Once they finish up this 200-acre field, we'll move them across the road to start working on the 100-acre cornfield we chopped for silage earlier this year. As the seeding operation starts to wrap up, we'll bring those drills back to the yard, get them cleaned up, and put away for the season. But the tractors won't be sitting for long. With funds running low, we're going to put them right back to work by taking on some plowing contract to bring in some extra cash before we close out year one. We'll be swapping equipment around, setting up the Challenger MT867 and the New Holland TJ 500 on the John Deere 2730 rippers and sending them over to Field 7, a 150-acre contract field. If everything goes to plan, we should be able to knock that job out pretty quickly and bring in close to $200,000, which would be a massive boost for the farm. And to finish off the day, we'll fire up one last operation back at the farm. We'll take the John Deere 8345R, hook it up to the Mandaco 3 Plex roller, and head out to that freshly planted winter wheat field. We'll get it rolled and packed down before winter hits, making sure we set ourselves up for a strong start next season. So we've got a full day ahead, finishing wheat planting, pushing through over 500 acres of fall tillage, and taking on some contract work to keep the farm moving forward. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Redding, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. pushing through our year one fall tillage, trying to get as much ground worked up as possible before '67 tackling a large plowing contract using the John Deere 2730 rippers. This is a 150-acre job, and once it's completed, it's going to bring in a much-needed payout to help stabilize our finances as we head into winter. To kick things off today, we're going to head out into the fields and check in on all of these operations, making sure everything is running smoothly and staying on track. Our vertical tillage crew is currently finishing up a 100-acre cornfield. And once that's done, they'll have already covered over 300 acres of the 500 acres we need to get through. After that, we'll get both tractors on the road and move them down to the final 200-acre field, where they'll begin the last stretch of our tillage work for year one. Back over at the farm, we've also got our John Deere 8345 are out in the freshly planted wheat field, pulling the Mandaco 3 Plex Land Roller. This is the final step before we can leave that field for the winter, packing everything down and getting it ready for a strong start next season. With all of these tractors running on course play, it's going to free us up to focus on another major task today, and that's taking care of our cattle. If you've been following along, you'll know we recently expanded the herd and brought in another 1,000 head of cattle, bringing us up to a total of 2,000. With that many animals, feed consumption is starting to ramp up quickly, and with winter right around the corner, we need to make sure we've got plenty of feed stocked up. So once we've checked in on the field work, we'll head back to the Mega Beef farm and start setting up our feeding operation. We'll be firing up the John Deere 6R and the Case 8940, hooking them up to our Meyer silage box trailers and setting them up on auto drive. These trucks will be running a constant loop, loading up at the silage bunker, hauling over to the feedlot pens, unloading into the troughs, and then heading straight back to reload. While they're running, I'll be jumping into the John Deere 544K loader and working out of the bunker, keeping both trailers filled and moving as efficiently as possible. Right now, our first silage bunker, which we filled earlier in the year with alfalfa, is sitting at around 700,000 liters remaining. The goal for today is to completely empty this bunker and move all of that feed over into our cattle pens. That's going to give us a solid stockpile heading into winter, ensuring the cattle are well fed, and it'll also free up that bunker so we can refill it again in the spring of year two. Once we've got the feeding operation under control, we'll head back out into the fields to check in on our tillage crews and help wrap up any remaining work, whether that's finishing the rolling in the wheat field or helping push through the final stages of that plowing contract. So we've got a full day ahead, continuing our massive fall tillage operation, managing over 500 acres of field work, and getting our cattle fully stocked with feed as we prepare for our very first winter here on the Mega Beef farm. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Reading, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 22 on the Reading, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Farm. In today's episode, we've officially reached the end of year one. Winter has arrived here on the farm, but before we can fully close out the year, we've still got a few big jobs to take care of, including wrapping up our field work and bringing in our very first major payday on the Mega Beef Farm. Over the past few episodes, we've had all hands on deck out in the fields as we push through over 500 acres of tillage, working to get everything prepped and ready for year two. Our two Sunflower 6631 vertical tillage discs are still running strong, being pulled by our New Holland 9884 and John Deere 8960 tractors. Right behind me, these two are working through the final field of the year, 200-acre cornfield. And if everything goes to plan, we should have this completely finished by the end of today's episode. We've been pretty lucky with the weather as well. Even though it's now December, conditions have stayed mild enough for us to keep equipment running in the fields, which has been a huge help in getting this last bit of tillage wrapped up before the ground freezes. Now, alongside that, we wrapped up a big milestone in the last episode. Our two John Deere 2730 rippers completed a 150-acre plowing contract, and that couldn't have come at a better time. Our bank account was nearly drained, but finishing that contract brought in close to $200,000, giving us just enough breathing room to keep things moving here at the end of year one. Those tractors have now returned to the farm, so the only fieldwork left running today is this final vertical tillage operation, which we've got fully automated using Courseplay, while we shift our focus to a few other important jobs. To kick things off today, we'll be jumping into the Chevy Silverado and heading into town to stop by the dealership. Now that we've moved into winter, grain prices have started to climb, and that means it's finally time to start selling off everything we harvested during year one and bring in our first real payday here on the farm. Before we can get into hauling grain though, we need to make a couple upgrades. Our semi-trailers still have leftover seed and fertilizer sitting in them from earlier in the year, and with prices continuing to rise, we definitely don't want any of that going to waste. So today we'll be picking up a brand new auger that we can use to unload everything into our foremost hopper bins and get it properly stored away for the winter. Once we've got that taken care of and both trucks emptied out, we'll head back into town to grab a second auger, which we'll set up over at our grain silos. This will allow us to load out our stored crops and get everything moving efficiently as we begin hauling grain into town. Right now, we've got a massive stockpile sitting in our silos. Over 2.2 million liters of corn and just over 300,000 liters of oats from our year one harvest. We'll start by selling off all of the oats today, but when it comes to corn, we're going to take a bit of a different approach. Instead of selling everything, I'll be holding on to a large portion of it to use as feed for our beef cattle. We're going to be mixing up a custom ration to help fatten them up, and corn is going to play a big role in that moving forward. So for today, we'll be selling off roughly half of our corn while keeping the rest stored for feed. Between the oats and the corn we do sell, this should bring in well over $1 million, marking our first big payday here on the Mega Beef Farm. And even though this is a huge moment for us, it's really just the beginning. In just a few more months, we'll be ready to sell off our first group of beef cattle, and that's where things could really start to scale up in a big way. So the goal for today is to bring in enough money to keep everything running smoothly as we head into year two. So, lots of work ahead as we wrap up our final field, get everything organized for winter, and take on our first major payday here on the Reading, Minnesota Mega Beef Farm. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Reading, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 23 here on the Redding, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Farm. Today marks the start of year 2, and we've got a big one ahead of us. We're going to be making some key upgrades to the farm, and then jumping straight into spring field work as we continue scaling this operation up to the next level. The long-term goal for this series is to build this into a 5,000 head mega beef operation. And after year 1, we are already off to a really strong start. Right now, we're sitting at 2,000 head of cattle, and over the past year, we've put in a ton of work to support them. We completed multiple silage harvests, including over 100 acres of alfalfa and another 100 acres of corn silage. And that's allowed us to build up a massive stockpile across 2 of our 3 bunkers. That silage has been the backbone of our feeding system so far, and it's what's kept this entire operation running. Now, when it comes to our cattle rotation, the plan has been simple: bring calves in at 0 months old, raise them up, and then sell them off somewhere around 12 to 18 months for a profit. Right now, our oldest group is sitting at about 10 months old, which means we're getting very close to selling our first full batch of cattle. But before we get to that point, I want to take things a step further. Instead of just feeding straight silage, we're going to start producing a custom fattening feed for our older group of cattle, something that should help them gain a bit more weight in those final months before we sell them off and hopefully bring in even more money. To kick things off today, we're going to hop into the Chevy Silverado and head down to the feedlot to check in on all 2,000 head. The herd is currently split into 2 groups, one around 10 months old and another closer to 5 months. And today we're going to be focusing on that older group as we begin transitioning them onto this new feed. To make that happen, I'll be setting up a brand new feed mixing system right beside our harvester silos. This setup will allow us to combine silage, corn, and mineral feed into one consistent mix. And that's going to be the key to pushing these cattle to their full value before we sell. Once that's in place, we'll fire up the Kenworth T800, hook up the Wilson grain trailer, and start hauling corn out of our silos. After selling over $1 million worth of corn last winter, we still have over 1 million liters left in storage, which should be more than enough to keep this feed operation running strong for a long time. Everything we've done up to this point has been building toward this moment, and now it's time to start turning that progress into profit. Let's get rolling and kick off year 2. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Redding, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Alright, so we just finished unloading about 120,000 liters of corn into our new feed mixer, and that should be more than enough to get this system up and running and start producing a steady supply of mixed rations for our cattle. This is a big step forward for the operation, because up until now, we've been relying almost entirely on straight silage. But with the addition of corn, we're starting to build a much more balanced, higher value feed that should really help push these cattle to the next level. Now, before we can actually start mixing anything, we still need to bring in the next key ingredient, and that's going to be our mineral feed. So what I'm going to do here is head back over to the equipment sheds, drop off the Wilson grain trailer, and then switch over to our Trout River lie bottom rear lift trailer. That trailer is going to be perfect for hauling and unloading bulk mineral feed quickly and efficiently. Once we got that hooked up, we'll head into town and make a run over to the local co-op to pick up a full trailer load. We're going to bring back as much as we can in one trip so we can keep this mixer running without constantly having to go back and forth. After that, we'll come back here to the farm, get all of that mineral feed unloaded in the system, and then we'll be just one step away from having everything we need. The final ingredient is going to be silage, which we already have a massive stockpile of sitting in our bunkers. Once we start blending that in with the corn and mineral feed, we'll finally have our full custom ration ready to go. Let's get this trailer swapped out and head into town to grab that mineral feed. Alright, so now that we've got both corn and mineral feed loaded into the mixer, we're just one ingredient away from bringing this entire system online, and that is silage. This is going to be the backbone of our mix, and by far the ingredient we'll be using the most. So we need to get a solid system in place to keep it moving consistently. So what I'm going to do now is head back over to the equipment sheds, park up the semi, and jump into our John Deere 6, our 145, which already has one of our Meyer Silage Boss trailers hooked up and ready to go. From there, we'll make our way over to the silage bunker and start loading. I'll be using our John Deere 544K wool loader to scoop silage out of the bunker and fill the trailer, and then we'll start hauling it back over to the feed mixer to begin building up our supply. Now, since silage is going to be moving constantly, I don't want to be running this manually the entire time. So we're going to set up a fully automated system using auto drive. The plan is to create a route with a tractor wheel, load up here at the bunker, drive over and unload directly into the feed mixer, then automatically return back to the bunker and wait to be filled again. Once that loop is dialed in, we'll have a continuous flow of silage feeding into the system without any downtime. And to really speed things up, I'm going to bring in a second tractor and trailer setup. So while one is unloading, the other is getting filled. That way we can keep this operation moving nonstop and fill up the mixer as quickly as possible. Once we've got both of those running together, we should be able to absolutely fly through silage and get this mixer fully loaded and ready to start producing our custom feed. Let's get this system set up and get the silage moving. All right, that right there should be the final load to bring this mixer all the way up to full capacity. Let's head over and take a look. Everything should be running now, and we should already have a good amount of our custom fattening rations getting mixed up. And there we go. The system is up and running exactly how we want it. Now, let's jump back into the John Deere 6, our 145, load up our first batch of feed, and start getting it delivered over to the cattle. At the moment, we've got about 67,000 liters mixed and ready to go, which is more than enough to get us started. And the best part is, while we move on to other jobs around the farm, this mixer is going to keep running in the background, continuously combining everything we just loaded into it. So by the time we come back later, we should have a massive supply of feed ready to keep these cattle topped up. Let's get this first load delivered and get these cattle switched over to the new ration. All right, with that first batch of feed taken care of, it's time to shift our focus over to spring field work. The very first job on the list for year 2 is going to be lime spreading. We've got 3 fields, just under 400 acres total, that are currently sitting empty, and all of them have low pH levels in the soil. So before we plant anything this spring, we need to get lime applied and bring those levels back up to where they need to be. To handle that, we're going to pull out both of our John Deere DN 345 spreaders, hook them up to the John Deere 8345R and the 8R400, and send them out to Field 28. Field 28 is a 100-acre field just down the road that we harvested for corn silage back in year 1. And since this will likely be the first field we plant this spring, we want to get it prepped as soon as possible. I'll get both tractors sent over there using auto drive, so they're ready to go, and then I'll jump back into the Kenworth T800, which is still hooked up to our Trout River trailer. From there, we'll head back over to the local co-op, this time to load up with lime instead of mineral feed, and then we'll haul that out to Field 28 so we can keep both spreaders filled and running. Once everything is in place, we'll be able to start knocking out this 100-acre field and officially kick off our spring field work for year 2. Let's get moving. Well, we made quick work of that 100-acre field with both of our John Deere DN 345 spreaders. That's already a huge chunk of progress to kick things off. With that done, we've officially knocked out about 25% of our total lime spreading for the year, which is a great start. Now it's time to keep things moving. Next up, we're sending the entire operation over to field 25, which is that 70-acre field where we planted and harvested oats back in year one. The plan for this year is to rotate that field into corn, so it's going to be one of the later fields we plant. But since it sits right between the field we just finished and our massive 200-acre mega field, it makes perfect sense to stop and take care of it now, while we're already in the area. So I'll go ahead and send both tractors over there using auto drive. And while they're making their way across, I'm going to hop back into the Kenworth TA100, run over to the co-op, and grab another full load of lime, so we can keep these spreaders running without any downtime. Once we meet up at field 25, we'll get both spreaders refilled, set up a coarse blade course for the field, and then turn both tractors loose to handle the job automatically. And while they're working away in the background, that gives us the perfect opportunity to head back to the mega farm and check in on our new feed mixer. By now, it should have made some really solid progress building up a stockpile of our custom fattening rations. So we'll jump back into the John Deere 6, our 145, load up a few more trailer loads, and get that feed delivered over to our cattle. We're going to need a couple 100,000 liters of this ration to keep all 2,000 head fed over the next few months. So the goal here is to stay ahead and make sure they never run short. After we get the cattle topped up, we'll head back out to field 25, and if everything has gone to plan, our tractors should just be wrapping up that 70-acre field. From there, we'll pack everything up one last time and make the final move over to our 200-acre mega field, which is the last field we need to spread lime on this year. I'll swing by the co-op one more time on the way over to grab another load, and with any luck, that should be enough to finish off all of our lime spreading for year 2. Let's keep this operation rolling. Well, guys, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode here on the Redding, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Farm. We made some really solid progress today, kicking off year 2. We got our brand new feed mixing system fully up and running, started producing our custom fattening rations, and began delivering that feed out to our cattle, which is going to be a huge step toward maximizing profits when we sell off our first group. Welcome back to episode 24 here on the Redding, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Farm. Today, we're right back out in the fields continuing our spring field prep for year 2. And we're getting very close to wrapping up one of the biggest jobs of the season, lime spreading. Right behind me, we've got both of our John Deere DN 345 spreaders running side by side, being pulled by the John Deere 8345R and the John Deere 8 R410. And they're currently working on our 4th and final field that needed lime this year. Now, last episode was a big one for the farm. We introduced a brand new feeding system for our 2,000 head of beef cattle, and this is going to play a huge role in how profitable this operation becomes moving forward. We brought in a new feed mixer and started producing a custom fattening ration made up of silage, corn, and mineral feed. This mix is now being fed to our oldest group of cattle, about 1,000 head sitting at around 10 months old, and the goal is to push as much weight gain as possible before we sell them off. After getting that system fully up and running and making our first feed deliveries, we shifted all of our focus back out into the fields to start preparing for planting. We had right around 400 acres that needed lime applied this year to bring the soil pH back up to optimal levels. We started over on field 28, which is a 100-acre field just across from the co-op, then moved over to field 25, our 70-acre oat field from last year. And now we've made it here to our final job, a 200-acre field that we're currently finishing up. So to kick things off today, we're going to hop into the Chevy pickup truck, take a quick look at how these spreaders are doing, and make sure everything is running smoothly. Both tractors are currently set up on course play. So while they continue working through this field, we're going to head back to the Mega Beef Farm and start preparing for the next major operation. Because today, we're finally putting all of that manure to use. Last fall, we brought in straw bedding for our cattle, and ever since then, they've been producing manure nonstop. Over the winter and early spring, we've built up 2 massive piles, and at this point, we're sitting on nearly 600,000 liters of solid manure. And instead of spending money on fertilizer like we did last year, we're going to start taking full advantage of this free fertilizer. Once we get back to the farm, we'll check in on the cattle and take a look at those manure piles, and then we're going to head over to the dealership to pick up a brand new in-dump trailer. This trailer is going to be key for hauling large amounts of manure out to the fields quickly and efficiently. We'll start by hauling manure over to field 28, since it's the closest field to the yard and still needs its nitrogen levels built back up. Once we got the trailer back, I'll fire up the John Deere 544K wheel loader, and we'll begin loading manure and hauling it out to the field, building up a large stockpile while our lime spreading operation finishes up. Then, once both tractors are done, we'll bring them back to the farm, swap out the lime spreaders, and hook them up to our JBS VMEC 2248 manure spreaders. From there, we'll head out and begin spreading manure across the fields and finally start putting all of this nutrient-rich material back in the soil. This is going to be a huge step forward for the farm, saving money, improving our soil, and making full use of everything our cattle are producing. We've got a lot of work ahead of us today, moving and spreading hundreds of thousands of liters of manure. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Redding, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. So now that we've got our brand new dump trailer back here at the farm, it's time to get this manure operation fully up and running. First things first, we're going to hop into the John Deere 544K wheel loader and see if we can actually squeeze this thing into the feedlot pen. It's going to be a tight fit getting through the gate, but if we line it up just right, we should be able to sneak it in there without any issues. Once we're inside the pen, that's where the real work begins. We've got a massive pile of manure built up in here, and instead of trying to move it around, we're going to load everything directly from inside the pen. I've already positioned the semi-truck and dump trailer as close to the fence as possible, so the plan is to reach up and over with the loader and dump each bucket straight into the trailer. If everything lines up properly, this should be a really efficient setup and save us a lot of time not having to reposition equipment. Once we get a system going and everything is loading smoothly, we'll start hauling our first loads of manure out to field 28. And while that's happening, we've still got our lime spreading operation finishing up over on that 200-acre field. So I'll be keeping close eye on that as well. As soon as both spreaders start getting low, I'll jump over and get them refilled using our Trout River live bottom trailer, which we've already got staged out there with a full load of lime. Once they're topped back up, they should have more than enough to finish off the entire field without any further interruptions. From there, it's all about keeping both sides of the operation moving at the same time. We'll bounce back over to the manure operation, start hauling load after load out to field 28, and begin building up a nice stockpile while the spreaders wrap up the final passes. Everything is starting to come together now, one operation finishing up while the next one is already getting underway. we've got another full load of manure ready to head out to the field, so I'll send this truck out on auto drive to head over to field 28 while we check in on our lime spreading equipment that has now made it back to the farmyard. First thing I want to do is give everything a quick wash down. These spreaders have been running hard, and it's always nice to clean things up before we swap everything over. Once that's done, we'll go ahead and park up both of our John Deere DN 345 spreaders, and then get to work switching the tractors over to our JBS VMEC 2248 manure spreaders. Before we send anything out, I'm going to make sure both tractors are fully fueled up and ready to go, because once we get into the field, I want them running nonstop. Then we'll head over to the feedlot and get both spreaders loaded up with manure right away. There's no point in sending these machines out empty. If we can get that first load in them now, we're already saving ourselves a trip and getting a head start on the field. Once they're loaded, we'll send both tractors straight over to field 28, so they're in position and ready to start spreading as soon as we're set up. Now, while those tractors are making their way over, we're going to keep the rest of the operation moving. I'll jump into the Kenworth T800, which still has our Trout River live bottom trailer attached, and get that backed into the shed so we can park it up for now. We're going to leave the Kenworth here temporarily, but we will be coming back for it shortly because we'll need it to haul our loader out to the field once everything is ready. From there, we'll hop into the pickup truck and head over to field 28 to meet up with our Volvo semi, which should already be out there with another full load of manure. We'll get that load dumped and start building up a nice size stockpile on the field. And then it's just going to be rinse and repeat. Back to the farm, load up more manure, haul it out, and keep stacking that pile higher and higher. By the time we're done, we should have a massive amount of manure staged and ready to go. So when we finally kick off the spreading operation, everything will already be in place, and we can just focus on covering acres as fast as possible. Everything is lining up perfectly here. Let's get this equipment swapped over and keep this operation rolling. So we just about cleared out this first massive pile of manure here in the feedlot, and that alone has been a huge job. At this point, we've already hauled out over 250,000 liters of manure, and honestly, that really shows just how much material we've built up from these 2,000 cattle. And the crazy part is we're still not even done. Now, I'm not exactly sure how much manure it's going to take to fully cover field 28, but this should give us a really solid head start. Once we get this final trailer filled up, I'll go ahead and send the truck over to the field using auto drive, so it can dump and add to the stockpile we've already started building out there. And while that truck is on its way, we're not slowing down here. I'm going to head back over to the equipment shed, fire up the Kenworth T800, and this time we're going to switch things up a bit. Instead of hauling manure, we're going to hook up the Demco step deck trailer, because now it's time to bring in the next key piece of this operation. We're going to head back over to the feedlot, load up our John Deere 544K wool loader, and get it hauled out to field 28. Because once we start spreading, that loader is going to be absolutely essential for keeping both spreaders running nonstop. By the time we get out to the field, both of our tractors should already be in position. I've got them set up on Courseplay and auto drive, so the system should work like this. As soon as a spreader runs empty, it'll automatically return to the manure pile, pull up into position, and wait to be loaded. I'll use the loader to fill them back up, and once they're full, they'll head right back out into the field and continue spreading exactly where they left off. That means we've got a fully continuous system running. One part loading, one part spreading, all working together to cover this field as efficiently as possible. And on a field this size, 100 acres, we're going to need every bit of efficiency we can get. So now the real question is, how much manure is it actually going to take to fully cover this entire field? Let's get this loader hauled out, fire up both spreaders, and find out. Welcome back to episode 25 of the Reading, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Farm. In today's episode, we're continuing to put the final touches on our fields as we get ready for spring. And then we'll finally be firing up the seeders once again to kick off our year 2 spring planting season here on the Mega Beef Farm. Now, over the last episode, we took on something brand new for this operation, our first ever manure spreading job. And it turned out to be a pretty big one. With now over 2,000 head of beef cattle on the farm, we've built up a massive supply of solid manure. And for the first time, we were able to really take advantage of that and start using it as free fertilizer out in the fields. To get things started, we brought in a brand new dump trailer for our Volvo Semi, and I spent a good amount of time loading it up with our John Deere 544K wheel loader, hauling load after load out to field 28, which is our 100-acre field over on the west side of the map. Once we had a solid stockpile build up on the edge of the field, we brought in both our John Deere 8345R and the John Deere 8 R400, each hooked up to our JBS VMEC 2248 manure spreaders, and we really put the setup to the test. In total, we spread over 300,000 liters of manure, and even after all that, we still didn't quite manage to cover the entire field. So that just shows you how much ground we're dealing with here. So coming into today, the goal is to head back out there and try to finish off as much of that field as possible with manure. But before we can do that, we've actually got a bit of work to take care of back here at the farm first. The manure pile we've been pulling from in our empty feed lot is now just about gone. But we do have another large pile ready to go. The only problem is it's sitting inside a pen that currently has 1,000 head of cattle in it. So before we can even think about loading that manure, we're going to need to move all of those cattle out of that pen and into another one so we can safely bring in the wheel loader and start scooping. So to kick things off today, we're already back here at the Mega Beef Farm. I brought back our Volvo semi-truck along with the Kenworth T800 hauling the wheel loader on the step deck trailer. So we've got everything staged and ready to go. We just need to get those cattle moved first. I'll start by grabbing one of our semi-trucks along with the livestock trailer, head over to the pen, and begin loading up the cattle so we can transfer them over to another open pen. Once that pen is cleared out, we'll bring in the John Deere 544K, start loading up our dump trailer again, and begin hauling more manure back out to field 28. Our spreaders are still sitting out there waiting on us, so once we get a couple loads hauled out, we'll get everything fired back up and see if we can finish off the majority of that field. We might not have quite enough manure to completely finish every pass, but if we can get most of it covered, that's going to save us a lot on fertilizer when we start planting. And once that job is wrapped up, we'll be shifting gears into the next big step for the farm, spring planting. We'll bring all of our equipment back to the yard, get everything washed up, parked away, and ready for the new season. After that, I'll head back to the farmhouse, advance time into early April, and we'll start getting our seeding operations set up. We'll be running our new Holland TJ 500 and John Deere 8960, both hooked up to our John Deere air seeder, and we'll be heading right back out to field 28 to start planting. Now for this field, I've decided to go with oats. Since we had corn in this field during year 1, this will give us a nice crop rotation, and on top of that, oats will produce a good amount of straw, which we can bale up and use as bedding for our cattle. And on top of that, oats performed really well for us last year in terms of profit, so this should be a great fit for this field. So we got a big day ahead of us, finishing off our manure spreading operation and then kicking off our year 2 spring planting season here on the Mega Beef Farm. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Reading, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Well, just like that, we got all 1,000 head of cattle moved out of the pen, and that went pretty smoothly overall. With that taken care of, we were able to bring the John Deere 544K wheel loader in, start scooping into that next manure pile, and get our end dump trailer loaded up. Now we're rolling back into field 28 with our first load of manure for the day, ready to keep this operation moving. We'll go ahead and get this load dumped right here beside our 2 spreaders that are still parked up on the edge of the field, and then we'll turn right back around and head to the farm to grab one more load. With 2 full trailer loads, that should give us roughly 120,000 liters of solid manure to work with here, which will go a long way toward finishing this field off. Now looking at how much of the field is still left uncovered, especially around the headlands, I don't think this is going to be quite enough to completely finish every single pass, but that's totally fine. The main goal here is to get as much of this field covered as possible so we can reduce how much fertilizer we'll need when we come back to planting. Even getting most of it done is going to make a noticeable difference. And as for the manure we still have left back at the farm, I'm actually planning to hold on to that for now. We'll continue building up more manure throughout year 2 and later on in the season, once we harvest that 200-acre wheat field right next to the farm. I like to come back in and do another full manure application there. That field is in a perfect location being so close to the yard, and with its size, it's going to take a lot of manure to cover properly. So that should be a great use for everything we're storing up. So once we get back to the farm here and load up this second trailer, I'll send a Volvo semi back over to the field using auto drive so it can drop off the final load. While that's on the way, I'll get the wheel loader loaded back up onto the step deck trailer, hook up the Kenworth T800, and haul that out to field 28 as well, so we've got everything we need out here in one spot. Once everything arrives, we'll start loading up both of our manure spreaders again and head back out into the field to spread this final 120,000 liters. It shouldn't take too long to get through what we have left, and once that's done, we'll officially be wrapping up our first manure spreading operation here on the Mega Beef farm. After that, we'll send all of our equipment back to the yard, get everything washed up, fueled, and parked away in the sheds, and then it'll finally be time to shift gears. We'll head back to the house, advance time into April, and get ready to kick off our year 2 spring planting season. Let's get this next load hauled out and keep things moving. So here we are, April of year 2 on the Mega Beef farm, which means spring has officially arrived and it's finally time to start putting some seed in the ground. We're going to kick things off today by getting our first field of the year planted, heading back out to field 28, that 100-acre field we just finished spreading manure on and getting it seeded with oats. Now, before we can get out there and start planting, we got a bit of setup work to take care of back at the farm. First thing I'm going to do is grab our auger from the grain silos and move it over to our hopper bins, where we've got some leftover seed and fertilizer stored from last season. Once that's in place, I'll hop into the Kenworth T800, get it hooked up to the Wilson grain trailer, and start loading up whatever seed and fertilizer we still have on hand. After that, once we're on the way over to field 28, I'll make a quick stop at the local co-op to pick up a bit more seed and fertilizer. Just make sure we've got more than enough to get both of our air seeders fully loaded and ready to go. Before we head out with the truck though, we'll need to get our planting equipment fired up and ready. I'll stop by the equipment sheds, start up both our New Holland TJ 500 and the John Deere 8960, and get them each hooked up to our John Deere air seeders. Once everything is connected, I'll set both tractors up on auto drive so they can follow behind me as we make our way over to the field. It's always pretty satisfying seeing everything rolling out together like this. Truck up front, tractors following behind. Really starts to feel like a proper operation. Once we arrive at field 28, we'll get both seeders refilled with seed and fertilizer, and then it'll be time to finally start planting. I'll set up a coarse blade course for the John Deere 8960 so it can start working the field automatically, and then I'll jump into the TJ 500 and begin seeding right alongside it. With both of these big tractors and air seeders running together, we should be able to make pretty quick work of this 100-acre field, especially now that the field has already been prepped with manure and lime. It should be in really good shape. And once this oat field is finished, that's when we'll start shifting our focus toward the rest of our spring planting. We've got soybeans and corn coming up next, but there's a bit of a challenge we're going to have to deal with this season. Back in year 1, we planted corn in almost every field we owned, which means now, with crop rotation, we won't be able to plant corn in most of those same fields again this year. Right now, we only have about 70 acres available for corn, which isn't going to be nearly enough, especially now that we're feeding corn to over 2,000 head of cattle. So moving forward, I'm going to need to start looking into purchasing more land and possibly even leasing some additional ground, just so we can keep up with the demand. But for now, we got plenty to focus on with this first field. Let's get these air seeders filled up, drop them into the ground, and get our year 2 spring planting season officially underway. Welcome back to episode 26 of the Redding, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Farm. In today's episode, we're heading back out into the fields as we continue working through our year 2 spring planting season. Now, in the last episode, we officially kicked things off for year 2, and we've got a pretty big workload ahead of us this year. Right now, we're farming a total of 570 acres, all of which needs to be planted and prepared for the upcoming harvest season. We've already got our 200-acre winter wheat field planted from the fall of year 1. That field surrounds our main farmyard and is already off to a great start this season. So that leaves us with another 370 acres of ground that we need to get planted this spring. To get started, we pulled out both of our John Deere and 540 air seeders, and we've been running them with our John Deere 8960 and the New Holland TJ 500. So far, this has been a really solid setup. Both tractors are handling the seeders extremely well, and it's proven to be a very efficient combination for covering ground on these fields. The first field we started in was field 288, which is a 100-acre field located just across the road from the local co-op. Once we got out there, I set up the John Deere 8960 on courseplay, so a hired worker could take over seeding duties, while I jumped into the New Holland TJ 500 and started seeding alongside it. For this field, I decided to go with oats. Last year, this field had corn planted in it, so we wanted to start getting a proper crop rotation going, and oats felt like a great fit. Not only will we be able to harvest the grain later in the year, but we'll also get straw from the oats, which we can bale and use or sell. So overall, it should turn into a pretty profitable field for us. We made some really solid progress on this field in the last episode. At this point, we've already managed to plant well over half of the field, so we're in a great position, but there are still a few acres left to finish before we can officially wrap things up here. So to kick things off today, I'll be jumping into the John Deere 8960, getting it fired back up and re-engaged on courseplay. Once that tractor is up and running again, I'll hop back into the New Holland TJ 500 and continue seeding myself. With both seeders running, it shouldn't take too long to knock out the remaining passes. We just got a few more up and down passes left, followed by the headlands, and that should be enough to get this field fully planted. We may need to refill the seeders one more time before we finish, but we've got our Kenworth T800 sitting on the edge of the field with the Wilson grain trailer, fully loaded with seed and fertilizer. So we're all set if we need to top things up. Once we get this field wrapped up, we'll fold up both seeders and send them back to the farm. I'll jump into the Kenworth and haul the trailer back myself. And once we get back to the yard, we'll head over to our foremost hopper bins to unload any remaining seed and fertilizer from the trailer. After everything is emptied out and stored, I'll get the Wilson grain trailer parked away in the shed, and then we'll switch things over to our Chandler 24 rear discharge tender trailer. We'll fill that up with whatever seed we have left, so we're ready to move straight into the next field. At that point, we'll also get both of our seeding tractors cleaned up and parked away as we start transitioning into the next phase of planting for today. Now, over on the northeast side of the map, we've got Field 31, which is one of our biggest fields at just over 200 acres. Last year, this field was planted with corn, so this time around we're switching things up and planting soybeans, which will actually be the first soybean crop we've grown here on the Redding, Minnesota Mega Beef Farm. To handle that, I'll be firing up our Challenger MT867 and the John Deere 8345R, and we'll be hooking both of those tractors up to our 224-row John Deere DB60 planters. Once everything is hooked up, we'll send both tractors out to Field 31. While they're making their way over, I'll jump back into the Kenworth T800 and make a run over to the local co-op to finish filling up our Chandler tender trailer with seed. Then we'll meet both planters out at the field, get everything topped up, and begin planting this massive field with soybeans. So we got a full day ahead of us as we continue working through our year 2 planting season, and there's a lot of ground to cover. Let's fire up the engines and see how many acres we can get planted today. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Redding, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Well, it looks like we didn't quite have enough seed left in the John Deere 8960 to get this field completely wrapped up. We're really close, but just sure enough that we're going to need one more quick refill to finish things off properly. So what I'm going to do here is jump over into the 8960, get turned around, and bring it back over to our Kenworth T800 so we can top it up with a bit more seed. Once we've got that taken care of, we'll head right back out and continue working on these final headland passes. Now, the New Holland TJ 500 still has a decent amount of seed left in it, and I'm thinking it should just have enough to get through the rest of this field. So instead of fully refilling both machines, I'm going to roll the dice a little bit here and just give the 8960 a partial refill, just enough to cover what we've got left. From there, we'll get both seeders back out into the field and start knocking out these last few passes. We're really down to the final stretch now, so it shouldn't take long at all. Now, if I do end up running out of seed in the TJ 500 before we finish, we should still have enough seed on board the 8960 to cover the remaining ground and get this field fully planted. So either way, we should be in good shape to wrap this up without too much extra running around. Once we've got this field officially finished, that's going to be it for our first field of year 2 spring planting. At that point, we'll fold everything up, send both seeders back to the farm, and start shifting our focus over to the next big job, soybean planting. So let's get this 8,960 topped up, get back out there, and finish off these final passes. There we go. Just like that, we've got our first field fully seeded, wrapping up over 100 acres of oats here for year 2. That feels good to get that first field officially checked off the list, and everything went really smooth getting through it. At this point, I've already sent all of our seeding equipment back to the farm. And now I'll be jumping into the Kenworth T800 to haul our Wilson grain trailer back as well, so we can take care of the rest of the cleanup. Once we get back to the farmyard, the first thing I'll do is head over to our hopper bins and get all of the remaining seed and fertilizer unloaded out of the trailer. That way we can get everything stored properly and keep things organized as we transition into the next part of our planting operation. After everything is transferred into the bins, I'll go ahead and swap out the Wilson grain trailer for our Chandler tender trailer. Then we'll take that seed we just unloaded and load it right back up into the tender, so we've got everything ready to go for the next field. From there, we'll shift our focus over to cleaning up equipment. I'll grab our John Deere 8960 and the New Holland TJ 500, get both tractors washed up after the work they just put in, and then we'll get both of the air seeders and tractors parked back in the sheds. That'll officially wrap things up for our seeding setup. After that, it's time to switch things over to planting. I'll fire up our Challenger MT867 and the John Deere 8345R and get both of those tractors hooked up to our John Deere DB60 planters. Once everything is hooked up and ready, I'll send both tractors out on the road using auto drive, making their way over to field 31. While they're heading over, I'll jump back into the Kenworth T800 and start making my way out there as well. But before we get to the field, we'll make a quick stop at the local co-op. We'll top off our tender trailer with seed, so we're fully loaded and ready to go. And then from there, we'll head over to field 31, get everything set up, and officially kick off our first soybean planting here on the Redding, Minnesota Mega Beef Farm. So let's get everything back to the yard, get cleaned up, and start making our way to the next field. All right, we're just about pulling up to field 31 now, and by the looks of it, both of our planters have already made it over here and are ready to go. Everything is coming together pretty nicely timing-wise, so we should be able to get this operation up and running without too much delay. So first things first, I'm going to bring our Kenworth T800 into the field and get the Chandler tender trailer positioned in a good spot so we can start refilling our planters. I'll get it parked along the edge of the field where it's easy to access, and from there we can begin topping everything off. Once it's set, I'll hop into each of our tractors one by one and pull both John Deere DB60 planters underneath the auger so we can get them fully loaded up with fresh seed. We want to make sure both planters are completely topped off before we get started, just so we can minimize any downtime once we're out in the field. After both planters are filled and ready to go, I'll jump into the John Deere 8345R and get a coarse blade course created for this field. That'll allow a worker to take over in that tractor while I stay hands-on and do the planting myself in the Challenger MT867. Once the course is set, I'll get the 8345 lined up on the first waypoint, get everything dialed in, and then I'll pull the Challenger right alongside it so we can start working this field together. From there, we'll officially kick off planting on this 200-plus acre field, putting in our very first crop of soybeans here on the Redding, Minnesota Mega Beef Farm. And on top of that, we're also running the row crop system mod in this series, so this is going to look really good once we get going. Each row we plant will follow the exact direction of the planter, which adds a ton of realism and really makes a difference when you're working fields of this size. So everything is lined up, the equipment is ready, and we're all set to get started. Let's fire things up and see how much of this massive field we can get planted. Well, guys, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode here on the Redding, Minnesota 4X Mega Beef Farm. We made some really solid progress today, getting our first field fully planted with oats, and then making our way over here to field 31, where we've already knocked out a good chunk of this 200-plus acre soybean field. Everything is running really smoothly so far, and it's great to see this operation starting to come together here in year 2. Next episode, we'll be back out here finishing up the rest of this field and getting all of our soybeans fully planted. And once that's done, it'll be time to start shifting our focus over to the next big step, corn planting. Right now, we've only got about a 70-acre field set aside for corn, and realistically, that's just not going to be enough to keep up with feeding all of our cattle. So we're going to need to start looking at expanding that. At the moment, we've got just over $1 million in the bank, so we've got a few options on the table. We could look at purchasing some additional land, or possibly even leasing some ground to give us the extra acres we're going to need moving forward. So that's definitely something we'll start figuring out very soon. If you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to drop a like, subscribe if you're new, and as always, I really appreciate all the support. I'll see you guys in the next one.